start. Okay, done. So should I carry on with the class or should I wait for some time? Anybody from IGNO?
Carry on, sir.
I should start. Okay, how many students anyway does this class have actually? But I see only few students joining. Okay, should I carry on or should I wait for some time? Okay, no response. Okay,
Carry on, sir.
anyway, carry on. Okay, well now that
Yes,
I
sir.
got the signal from um, the central stage, so we can start. Well, I don't see many students in philosophy. Well, this happens even in the normal classrooms. Okay, where the students are less. So, so here actually comes what is the identity crisis and what is being called a human person. Okay, and the paper that has been allocated to me is under the title Introduction to the Philosophy of Human Person. Okay, so it is
Yes.
something like this. I see a few students. Are you comfortable with English, or should I go on with Odia at points where you feel like? Okay, you may ask me. Okay, if you have problem in understanding a certain issue, you may ask me. Okay, we have the liberty. Okay, it is more interactive sort. I'll be trying to reach you as close as possible. Okay, but
Yes.
um, whatever problem that hits at in your side, be comfortable. Okay, it is an open class. Okay, be comfortable. Okay, now when we talk of this paper, the philosophy of human person. Okay, now you see the very phrasing human person is something that has to be understood first in order to make a progress into the very first unit. You see, as allocated, we have 4 units. I'm given 4 classes of 2 hours each. 1 unit I have to complete in each class of 2 hours. So that is the schedule. Okay. So before going into the details of the idea of human person, let me make a small clarification here. You see, usually in the past, we used to study philosophy of man, philosophy of man. Okay. But when I use the term man, it is somehow gendered. When you say man, it is a reference to a male personality, wherein a female is excluded. So that's how we should get rid of the gendered language by using the term man. So they have come with a new terminology, what is called as a person. So the person is something that is applicable to both males and females alike. So there is no gender involved. There is no gendered term being used. So number one. So that is the idea of getting what is called a person. Now, when we say person, but again, why do we attach human person? So that is again a thing that has to be addressed, that has to be known. Why do we add, well, person, philosophy of person? Well, why didn't we stop there? Why did we add human person? So that is again the thing that needs to be understood. What is human person? I say person. When I say person, it has a reference to human beings. Okay, both male and female. We have got rid of the usage of philosophy of saying philosophy of man, because man is somehow gendered, is gendered rather. Okay, now, but what is the idea behind using the word human along with person? Why do you say human person? Why don't you simply keep it person? The reason being that in the recent times, there have been various challenges, there have been various issues, especially in the Western countries, where there have been great number of movements for animal rights. Animal rights. Now, number of higher ordered animals are now qualified more or less to be called humans, sorry, to be called persons. So higher ordered animals like the chimpanzee, gorilla, okay, these higher ordered animals, somehow they are categorized under persons. So in order to discriminate human beings, okay, from the definition of persons, that even includes, okay, the higher ordered animals apart from human beings. So that's why the idea human persons. So human persons refers to both the sexes irrespective of gender. So when I say philosophy of man, it is gendered, but when I say philosophy of person, it is gender neutral. But when I add human person, it clearly defines that we are talking about a philosophy that has a reference to the human beings alone, human persons alone. So this is the basic idea, and with this idea, let us progress. Now, what is this philosophy of human persons? It is all concerned about the origin, the development, the activities, and the goal of human beings. We have come to this world, okay, we have a origin, we have a purpose, and there is certain goal attached in our life. So this philosophy of human persons is all about this. And in the background of all this, there are various fundamental questions that have been raised, that are raised. So the questions may be like, who am I? Okay, who am I? What for I am here? What is the goal here for me? Or what is the purpose? So these are the fundamental questions that have a great impact on the thinking minds, the philosophers, the thinkers. So, with this background, let us move with the unit one as to how to deal with the issue. So, when I say a person, okay, what is a person? How to define a person? Person is an entity. Suppose I say an entity, a being, okay, who has the ability to distinguish what is right, what is wrong. So the basic idea of calling something or some entity or some being as a person is the ability to make a distinction, a moral distinction between what is right and what is wrong. This is number one. Number two, there is a sort of self determination. There is a determination in individual. Okay. Number three, there is a sort of autonomy. There is sort of free will to exercise. There is a sort of freedom. Okay. And he carries, he has a sense of self. Okay. He has a notion of the past, the present, the future. He's aware of being a member in the society. So these are the issues, these are the things that make some entity a being to be called a person. So there is a self determination, there is autonomy or free will, there is a moral choice to exercise. So, with these basic ideas, okay, that qualifies a person, we are now going to deal with the human person, the philosophy of human person. Okay, now the philosophy of human person has been very say it has been rephrased as philosophical anthropology. So if you are asked in the examination what is philosophical anthropology, don't confuse. Philosophical anthropology is nothing but philosophy of human person. So I said you, whom do you call a person? I said you, why do we attach human? Because it is concerned with human beings alone. The origin, the problems, the activities, the goal, okay, involving human beings, the human persons. Okay, now I said now that philosophy of human being has been very, okay, it has been rephrased, it has been rephrased as philosophical anthropology. So if a question comes, what is philosophical anthropology? It is nothing but the philosophy of human person. What is this philosophy of human person? So I said you just now that philosophy of human person revolves around the fundamental questions as to who am I, why am why am I here, what is my purpose, where from I have come. So these are the fundamental questions that come to a critical mind, an open mind. Okay, now normally while in life, in the normal activities, we take these questions. Yes, Biswaranjan Mahapatra, somebody, yes, has raised his hand. Yes, any issue, please. Yes, Biswaranjan Mahapatra. You want to say
सर
something? Yes. Huh,
सर प्रणाम
Pranam, huh. Tell me.
सर अगर हो सकता है तो थोड़ा हिंदी मीडियम या उड़िया मीडियम में क्लास लेते तो अच्छा होता हम लोगों के लिए
ठीक है, ठीक है, हिंदी एंड ओडिया ऑल्सो विल कंबाइन. ओके. सो इंग्लिश में
जी
थोड़ा
सर
सा
धन्यवाद
परेशानी है, इंग्लिश में थोड़ा सा परेशानी है.
नहीं सर
नहीं अभी तक नहीं.
परेशानी नहीं
हाँ.
थोड़ा लैंग्वेज ये जो
नहीं.
फिलोसॉफिकल लैंग्वेज बुझने में थोड़ा
हाँ हाँ, ठीक है,
समझने में
ठीक है,
थोड़ा
ठीक.
प्रॉब्लम होता है
हाँ, ठीक है, ठीक है, ठीक है. नहीं अभी तक जो मैंने बताया उससे आप मतलब आपको समझ में आया या नहीं आया? मैं
यस सर
हिंदी में ओके फिर से जो मैंने कहा हिंदी में फिर से दोहरा रहा हूं. आई एम जस्ट सेइंग व्हाट आई हैव सेड. ओके. फिलोसफी ऑफ ह्यूमन पर्सन फंडामेंटल क्वेश्चंस को लेके चर्चा करता है. मतलब इट डील्स विद द फंडामेंटल क्वेश्चंस. हु एम आई? ओके. क्यों मैं इधर हूँ, मैं कौन हूँ. ये जो फंडामेंटल क्वेश्चंस है जो जिसको हम अनदेखा कर लेते हैं. हम नॉर्मल जिंदगी जीते हैं. वी आर लिविंग इन दिस वर्ल्ड बट somehow take these questions casually and at many times we feel ଆମେ ଆମକୁ ଲାଗେ ଯେ ଏଇ ଯୋଉ ପ୍ରଶ୍ନ ଗୁଡିକର ଉତ୍ତର ଆସିଯାଇଛି. ଆମେ କଣ ଅଛି, ଆମେ ଆସିଛୁ, ମୁଁ ତ ଅଛି, ହୁ am I, ହଁ ମୁଁ ଜଣେ ମଣିଷ. Okay, so these are casual answers. So philosophy is not about all this. Okay, so what is important to note here is these fundamental questions, though at times you feel these are very silly questions. Okay, these make no sense. Okay, what are these questions? Why we deal with these questions so seriously? There is no use when you are concerned with ଆମର ନର୍ମାଲ ଜୀବନ ଯାପନ ତ ଯାଉଛି, ମୁଁ କୁଆଡୁ ଆସିଲି, କୁଆଡେ ଯାଉଛି, ମୁଁ କିଏ, ଏସବୁ ପ୍ରଶ୍ନର କିଛି ମୂଲ୍ୟ ନାହିଁ. There is no value attached to this. Normally people think that and that's how they take this question so casually. बहुत casual रूपरे ए questions गुड़ा नियंती and छोटा छोटा उत्तर जोटा कि केते जण उत्तर दे दियंती आकु सेमाने conclusive answers मतलब final answer रूपरे ताकु ग्रहण कर नियंती. So किंतु फिलॉसफी सेटाकु ग्रहण करे नाही. कोन पई फिलॉसफी रे कोनोसी कंक्लूसिव आंसर नाही. यू नोट दिस. फिलॉसफी रे कोनोसी कंक्लूसिव आंसर नाही, कोनोसी फाइनल आंसर नाही. ଆଉ ଯେଉଁ ପ୍ରଶ୍ନ ବିଷୟରେ ଆମେ ଚର୍ଚ୍ଚା କରୁଛେ, ମୁଁ କିଏ, ହୁ am I, এই প্রশ্নକୁ ଉତ୍ତର ଦେବାକୁ ଆମର ନିଜର own self involved ଅଛି. We personally are involved in answering this question. Suppose ମୋ ସାମ୍ନାରେ ବଟଲ ଥୁଆ ହେଇଛି, ମୁଁ କହିବି ଏ ବଟଲ କଣ, ଏଇଟା ଗୋଟେ ଏକ୍ସଟର୍ନାଲ ଅବଜେକ୍ଟ ଗୋଟେ ଅଛି ଯାହାକୁ ମୁଁ ଡିଫାଇନ କରିପାରେ. କିନ୍ତୁ ମୁଁ କିଏ ତାକୁ ଡିଫାଇନ କରିବା ପାଇଁ ମୋର ଏଣ୍ଟାୟାର ପର୍ସନାଲିଟି ଇନଭଲ୍ଭ ଅଛି, ଯୋଉଟା କି ବହୁତ କଷ୍ଟକର ହୁଏ. ଭେରି ଡିଫିକଲ୍ଟ, ଭେରି ଫଣ୍ଡାମେଣ୍ଟାଲ କ୍ୱେଶ୍ଚନ ବଟ୍ ଭେରି ଡିଫିକଲ୍ଟ କ୍ୱେଶ୍ଚନ. କିନ୍ତୁ କିଛି ଲୋକ କଣ କରନ୍ତି, ଯୋଉ ସାଧାରଣ ବ୍ୟକ୍ତି ଥାନ୍ତି, କମନ ମେନ୍ ଥାନ୍ତି, ସେମାନେ ଅର୍ଡିନାରୀ ଆନ୍ସର୍ସ ଯାହା କିଛି ବି ତାଙ୍କ ସାମ୍ନାରେ ଆସେ, whatever answers they get from the general public or the common public or जनरल यूसेज रे जो उत्तर गुड़ाक से माने ए प्रश्न को नेकी दियंती, व्हाट एवर आंसर्स दे गेट, दे आर हैप्पी विद द आंसर्स. दे से ओ दीज आर द फाइनल आंसर्स. से माने भाबंती एडा गोटा फाइनल आंसर आ एते चर्चा करिया को दरकार नाही. किंतु फिलॉसफी ताहा नुह. फिलॉसफी ए प्रश्न गुडी को बहुत सीरियसली निए. आउ यहाँ मध्य कहे जे एई प्रश्न गुड़िकर फाइनल आंसर मिले नाही. एई क्वेश्चंस गुड़ाकर कंक्लूसिव आंसर आमे पाई परिबा नाही. वी कैन नॉट रीच एट द फाइनल कंक्लूसिव आंसर्स टू दिस वेरी फंडामेंटल क्वेश्चंस. कथाटी एबे बुझिला? एनीबॉडी प्लीज रिस्पोंड. मु बाइलिंगुअल जेबी ताकि समस्त को बुझी परिबो. ओके, मु चाहे समस्त ध्यान से सुनो ताकि तुमको मतलब प्रॉब्लम न हुए. हाँ, ओके, प्रॉब्लम जेमिति न हबो. जस्ट क्लास टा सुनिला पोरे ନିଜେ ନିଜେ ଯେମିତି ଲେଖି ପାରିବ, ବିକଜ ଆଇ ଏମ୍ ଟ୍ରାଇଂ ଟୁ ମେକ୍ ଦ ଆଇଡିଆ ଆଜ ସିମ୍ପଲ ଆଜ ପସିବଲ। ବୁଝା ପଡୁଛି ନା ପଡୁନି ମୁଁ ଏତିକି ଜାଣି ପ୍ଲିଜ ଆଟଲିଷ୍ଟ ମୁଁ ଜାଣିବାକୁ ଚାହେଁ somebody।
ଆଜ୍ଞା ସାର୍ ବୁଝା ପଡୁଛି।
ଭେରି ଗୁଡ ଗୁଡ ଗୋଇଂ ଦ୍ୟାଟ୍ ଓକେ। ତାହେଲେ ମୁଁ କଣ କହୁଥିଲି ଯେ ଯେଉଁମାନେ ଭାବନ୍ତି ଯେ ଆନ୍ସର୍ସ ଯାହା ଏଇ ପ୍ରଶ୍ନକୁ ନେଇ ଆସୁଛି, what ever answers that we are getting, they are helpful, they are say they are the final answers, we need not bother about, okay, ଏଇପରି answers ବା ଏଇପରି conclusions philosophy ଚାहे ନାହିଁ। ଆଉ philosophy ସର୍ବଦା ସେ କହେ କି ଏଇ ସବୁ ପ୍ରଶ୍ନର there are no final answers, there is no conclusive answers to these questions, they remain questions, just we add up every time we get to these questions, ଧୀରେ ଧୀରେ ଆମେ କିଛି ନା କିଛି ତାକୁ add କରୁଛେ। ଆମେ କୋଉ ମୁହୂର୍ତ୍ତରେ ଆମେ add କରିଛେ ଆମେ କହିପାରିବାନି ଯେ this is the final answer। ଏଇ ପ୍ରଶ୍ନ ଗୁଡିକର ମହତ୍ଵ ହେଲା ଏହା। ଆଉ philosophy ତାହା ମଧ୍ୟ ଦେଖ, philosophy is always concerned with the search। ମନେ ରଖ philosophy ର fundamental idea ହେଲା search। ସେ ଖାଲି ଖୋଜୁଥିବ। ଯୋଉ ମୁହୂର୍ତ୍ତରେ କିଛି ସେ ପାଇଯାଏ, ଅନ୍ୟ ଲୋକ ଆସି ମାଡି ଯାଆନ୍ତି, people from other disciplines they come and say it is ours। So philosophy is left with nothing, it again starts with the search for some advancement, and whatever comes to hand they become the part of some other discipline। So philosophy just is concerned with the search. It goes on, it goes on, it goes on. So there is no final answer from a philosophical platform to this question as to what is a human person, or what who am I? That okay, what is the purpose? What is the ultimate purpose? So these are the fundamental questions. Okay, now having said this, I have already said that philosophy of human person ତାକୁ କୁହାଯାଉଛି philosophical anthropology ମଧ୍ୟ କୁହାଯାଉଛି। philosophical anthropology ଦେଖ anthropology ମାନେ ଏଇଟା ଦୁଇଟି words ର ସମ୍ମିଶ୍ରଣ ଅଛି, anthropo ଆଉ ଗୋଟେ ହେଲା logos। ଓକେ, anthropos ସେଟା ଇମ୍ପ୍ଲାଏ କରିବ ବା ମିନ୍ କରିବ ଓକେ human beings, man বা human, ମୁଁ man କହିଲେ ଆଉ ଥରେ ଜେଣ୍ଡର ଲାଙ୍ଗୁଏଜ ହେଇଯିବ human beings। anthropology ମାନେ science। so philosophy of human science, so philosophical ଦେଖ philosophy of human person ଯାହା, philosophical anthropology ମଧ୍ୟ ତାହା। so ପ୍ରଶ୍ନ ଯଦି philosophical anthropology ଆସିଲା, you have to write what is the philosophy of human person। ମୁଁ ଅନେକ ଜିନିଷ କହିଦେଲି, ଏଇ ଯୋଉ just define କରିଲା ବେଳେ ମୁଁ ଅନେକ ଜିନିଷ କହିଦେଲି। philosophy କେବଳ search କରେ, ଏ fundamental questions ର conclusive answer ସେ ପାଏନି। ଆଉ ଯାହା କିଛି ବି ଆମେ ବ୍ୟବହାରିକ ଲେଭେଲରେ ଯାହା କିଛି ବି ଆମେ ପାଉ, ତାହା କେବଳ philosophical search ରେ କିଛି ଏଡିସନ୍ସ କରିଥାଏ, କିନ୍ତୁ ଫାଇନାଲ ଆନ୍ସର ପାଇନଥାଉ। ଫାଇନାଲ ଆନ୍ସର କିଏ ପାଇଥାନ୍ତି? ଯୋଉମାନେ ସାଧାରଣ ବ୍ୟକ୍ତି ଥାନ୍ତି, common people, the man with the ordinary intellect, the man with the critical intellect can never come up with a final answer to as to who am I। So this is the position that we have reached. Now let us move a bit more to what I have said। Now କେତେକ ଲୋକ ଆସନ୍ତି ଆଉ କହନ୍ତି ଯେ human philosophy ବା ସେ philosophy of human person ବା philosophical anthropology ବହୁତ କ୍ଲିୟର ଟର୍ମସ ରେ ଲାଗେ, ବହୁତ କ୍ଲିୟର ଟର୍ମସ ରେ ସେମାନେ କହୁଛନ୍ତି, ଆଉ ଲାଗେ ମଧ୍ୟ that is the final answer। କିନ୍ତୁ that will lead to what is called as sophistry। sophistry ମାନେ ଲାଗେ ଯେ ବହୁତ କ୍ଲିୟର ଅଛି, ଏ ଆନ୍ସର ରେ ତ କିଛି ତ୍ରୁଟି ନାହିଁ, କିନ୍ତୁ ବାସ୍ତବରେ ସେ ଆମକୁ ଗୋଟେ ଡିସେପସନ ରେ ପକେଇ ଦଉଛନ୍ତି, ଗୋଟେ ମାୟା ଜାଲରେ ପକେଇ ଦଉଛନ୍ତି, ଗୋଟେ ୱାର୍ଡ ସହିତ ଖେଳୁଛନ୍ତି, ଆମକୁ କେମିତି ନା କେମିତି କନଭିନ୍ସ କରିବାକୁ ଚାହୁଁଛନ୍ତି। ବାସ୍ତବରେ ତାର ଫାଇନାଲ ଆର୍ଗୁମେଣ୍ଟ ବା ଫାଇନାଲ ସେନ୍ସ କିଛି ନାହିଁ, ସେ ଯୋଉ ଆର୍ଗୁମେଣ୍ଟ ରେ ବା ସେ ଯୋଉ ଡେଫିନେସନ ରେ କିଛି ଫାଇନାଲ ସେନ୍ସ ନାହିଁ। ତେଣୁ ଆମେ ସେଇପରି ରେଡିମେଡ ଆନ୍ସର୍ସ what is a human persons କୁ ନେଇ ଆମେ ଦେଇପାରିବା ନାହିଁ। ଓକେ, ସୋ ଓକେ, ତାହେଲେ କଣ କୁହାଯାଏ, ତାହେଲେ କଣ କହିବା, ତାହେଲେ ହୁ am I ସେମିତି କଣ ଆମେ ଖାଲି ଖୋଜୁଥିବା କିଛି ଆନ୍ସର୍ସ ଦେବାନି କି? ନା, ତାହା ନୁହଁ। the thing is we have only responses to this query। କେବଳ ଆମେ ଏଇ କ୍ୱାରି କୁ ନେଇ କିଛି ରେସ୍ପନ୍ସେସ୍ ଦେଉ, କଣ୍ଟେକ୍ସ କୁ ନେଇ, ସିଚୁଏସନ କୁ ଦେଇ, ପ୍ରୋବ୍ଲେମ କୁ ନେଇ ଆମେ କେବଳ ରେସ୍ପନ୍ସ ଦେବା। ରେସ୍ପନ୍ସ ମାନେ ସେଟା ଆନ୍ସର ନୁହଁ, रेस्पॉन्स और आंसर मध्य पार्थक्य अच्छी आंसर केतबेले कहबा सेतिरे कोन सेटा फाइनल गोटे आंसर जेतबेले कहबा तार गोटे फाइनल शेप अछि भाबिबा तार गोटे फाइनल स्ट्रक्चर अछि बोली भाबिबा किंतु ए जो फिलॉसफी ऑफ ह्यूमन पर्सन और ये जो क्वेश्चन रो हु एम आई बा अल्टीमेट क्वेश्चंस बा फंडामेंटल क्वेश्चंस जहां हमें कहूचे these fundamental questions they carry only human responses we can only respond to them but we cannot have an answer to them okay now so there is okay there is no conclusion there is no final solution to these questions okay कोन ପାଇଁ ताले कोन ପାଇଁ एई परि होउची फिलॉसफी रे खाली सर्च करूथबो फाइनल आंसर देबोनी खाली ए प्रश्न रो खाली रेस्पोंसेस को नै से आगु को जाए फाइनल आंसर्स को से ग्रहण करिबोनी खाली सर्च रे रहिबो कोन ପାଇଁ एई परि why this is happening why we are not able to get it conclusive answers so जने दार्शनिक आसुचंती गैब्रियल मार्शल MARCL ते कहउचंती human person ba human being is a mystery human being itself is a mystery जहा विषय रे आमे सर्च करूचु से निजे से पार्ट रो okay suppose I am searching for me I am the part and parcel of that search whom am I searching I am searching a human person am I not a human person so I am the part and parcel of the question I am the part and parcel of the search who is a human person so ei pari samasya ti rahuchi au Gabriel Marshall okay Gabriel Marshall कहउचंती the human being is a mystery माने रहस्य human being माने एक रहस्यमय जिंस एक रहस्यमय एंटिटी human person is a mystery मतलब एथिरे अनेक रहस्य जोड़ीची जहा को नै आमे ह्यूमन पर्सन को आमे डिफाइन करिबारे बहुत कठिन ओके जिंस हमको सामना करबा को पडुची तो एति पर्यंत समस्त क्लियर अच्छा ना नाही मते किछि किछि कहे रेस्पॉन्स देले मु आगु को जीबी ओके somebody
आज्ञा सर आज्ञा
क्लियर
ओके
ଅଛି ସାର୍
डन डन केवल जणे ही रेस्पॉन्ड करूचंती आउ के जदी रेस्पॉन्ड करि थांते
आज्ञा सर
ओके
ଆଜ୍ଞା
डन
ସାର୍
वेरी okay fine okay somebody has raised his hand Manas Sahu yes please kon कहबा चाहछो please okay doesn't want to say something anyway so this is the with this background so philosophy of human person is nothing but philosophical anthropology it has certain fundamental questions these fundamental questions though it may look that these questions are somehow answered but the truth is that these questions can never be answered philosophy doesn't find or come across any final answer or a conclusive answer or a decisive answer philosophy ताले कौन करे केवल रेस्पॉन्सेस को संग्रह करे आउ एडवांसमेंट पाई स्कोप रखे अदरवाइज जदि किए जदि कहउचंती जे ए प्रश्नर आंसर अछि से आंसर गुडी को साधारण व्यक्ति पाई संतोषजनक होई थाए से क्रिएटिव माइंड इंटेलेक्चुअल्स पाई से प्रश्नर उत्तर से उत्तर होई पर न थांत कारण ए प्रश्नर वास्तव रे उत्तर आमे खोजिबा आ फाइनल आंसर बा डिसाइसिव आंसर कहिबाटा मुश्किल आ कोन पाई मुश्किल तेनु गैब्रियल मार्शल कहउचंती कारण a human person itself is a mystery human person itself is a mystery जेतु रहस्य तेणु तार फाइनल आंसर कोन आमे देबा देई पारिबा नाही सो दैट इज द पोजीशन ताहले आगु गेबे जिबा सो 1.2 रे से कहउचंती अदर नेम्स तो ए जो फिलॉसफी ऑफ ह्यूमन पर्सन रो आउ कोन ना होई पारिबो की ओके सो फिलॉसफी ऑफ ह्यूमन पर्सन को हमें देखिले फिलॉसफिकल एंथ्रोपोलॉजी तापरे आउ किछि ना से देचंती से कहउचंती साइकोलॉजिया सुपीरियर आउडे लोचंती साइकोलॉजिया इंफीरियर आउ दीटा टर्मिनोलॉजी से अनुचंती फिलॉसफी ऑफ ह्यूमन पर्सन को नहीं फिलॉसफिकल एंथ्रोपोलॉजी में देखिले आउ गोटे टर्म आउ दीटी टर्मिनोलॉजी अनुचंती ताकू से हाला साइकोलॉजिया सुपीरियर बा सुपीरियर साइकोलॉजी बजिबा ए परी साइकोलॉजिया सुपीरियर बा सुपीरियर साइकोलॉजी आउटे साइकोलॉजिया इंफीरियर बा इंफीरियर साइकोलॉजी सो साइकोलॉजिया सुपीरियर कोन आमे साधारण भाषा रे आमे बुझिबा साइकोलॉजी सुपरियर सुपरियर माने जोटा कि ऊर्ध्वरे अछि हायर हायर स्टैंस रे अछि इनफerior माने जोटा कि लोअर स्टैंस रे अछि
Bobby,
ओके
your microphone is on.
ओके
Sir,
हाँ यस
I'm Dr. Panigre.
यस क्लियर होनी कौन कहउचंती
I am Dr. Panigre.
हाँ नमस्कार सर नमस्कार नमस्कार वी आर हियर ओके फाइन इट्स गुड
Alert, live capture
I do
system
hope
use.
try to speak in English, sir, because this is a master degree class.
no no actually
Live
I'm
capture system.
speaking in English. I was speaking in English, but this student said that we have certain problems in understanding English, so you go on with a bilingual version. So I had already taught in English, and I just adopted to the Odia version so that
Okay,
the
fine.
understanding
If
gets
student
better.
wants, then it's all right.
Ha ha ha. It was the request from the students.
Okay,
Okay,
sir. Okay.
okay. So I'm going with the bilanguage,
Little,
bilingual
little good
methodology.
Odia, more English because it's a master degree class.
Yes, yes, yes. That would be more comfortable for me. But on the basis of the request, I came up with to
Dear
Odia. But
Mama,
anyway,
being a
okay.
master
Anyway,
degree students,
yes,
you
yes, yes. They
understood
should,
English.
they should, they should, they should go
Because
with
you
the
are not
English.
going to write in Odia.
Match the left
Yes,
arrow.
yes, yes. Okay, okay,
And you will
okay.
make it
Anyway,
in
anyway.
English.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay. Now, so so with this idea, we go on with other terminologies. As I was saying, that philosophy of human person, the terminology that we have discussed is philosophical anthropology. Two more terminologies, nomenclature that we come across philosophy of human person is psychologia superior and psychologia inferior, or we can interpret roughly as superior psychology and inferior psychology. So what is the superior psychology? You see, I say to all, I'm trying to speak English as clean, as understandable as possible, so that you understand. Okay, the motto is this. Okay, now psychology as superior is something that deals with the inner. You see, we have inner world. Inner means something inside, and psychology inferior is something that deals with something outside. Okay, the outer activities. We have the inner world, our own inner world. When we go deep into ourselves, we close our eyes, meditate, go deep into ourselves. That is psychologia superior. But when I interact with the outer world, when I try to come out of my senses to interact with the world, that is psychologia inferior. Okay, or inferior psychology. So these are other two terminologies that have been taken in by by the framers of the syllabus to indicate the very idea of what is a human person. So what is this psychologia superior? Psychologia superior has a focus on the true essence of a human being. It has a focus on the true essence, the true spirit of a human being. It is not the body, I say you. It is not the body, it is the spirit. But psychology inferior, it has a focus on the mind and the body and the external world, the world with which we interact. Now, to deal with psychologia superior, let me tell you one line from Guru Gaur Gopal Das. This is the line, the favorite line that take I utter this at various classes. What he said, that we are not human beings, we are not human beings with spiritual experiences. We are not human beings with spiritual experiences. Rather, we are spiritual beings with human experiences. So, what he wants to convey? He conveys that we are spirits. We are more spirits. Okay. Our activities are just human. Our activities are just human. But what are we? We are nothing but spirits. So this is where somehow we are trying to come close to the idea of what who am I? Okay. So it's a psychologia superior deals with or comes across the inner or the inner sense, our inner sense. The psychologia inferior comes to go out. Okay, so when we go deep in, okay, if we take Gur Gopal Das assertion, we are nothing but the spirits. We are nothing but the spirits. We are nothing but the spirits. But when we come to psychologia inferior, it is as you said, it's an inferior psychology where the mind is involved, and through the mind and mind through the senses and the body, it interacts with the external world and carries on, goes on. Okay, it is guided by the influences of the external world. It reacts to the influences of the external world. And and what is important here is the mind, the reason. So associating with the inferior psychology, they have come up with another terminology, what is called as rational psychology. देखो, philosophical anthropology hela, psychology superior hela, psychology superior coaching. It gives primacy to the spirits. It gives the importance, the primacy to the spirits. Who am I? To this question, it comes somehow to assert that we are none but the spirits. But when we talk of the psychology inferior, it takes the mind, the senses, the body, the external world. It takes into purview the activities that we come across, that we do. Okay, inferior psychology inferior रे देखो. Okay, it a body ro primacy ରହିଛି, spirit को एटी भूली गलेनी. Our both aspects ଅଛି. We have both aspects, the outer and the inner. The inner is focused on by the psychology superior. I'm repeating things because you remember this, you don't forget. Okay, ମୁଁ କହେ ତିନି ଚାରି ଥର କହୁଛି, ତାର ଉଦ୍ଦେଶ୍ୟ ଏହା ନୁହଁ କନଫ୍ୟୁଜ, ଉଦ୍ଦେଶ୍ୟ କେବଳ ଏକ ଯେ ଏ କ୍ଲାସ ଟୁ ଗଲା ପରେ ନିଜେ ନିଜେ ଲେଖିପାରିବ ଯେମିତି, you are able to write after you leave the class. So that is the objective, not that I just speak on something and end up with 2 hours. No, that is not the objective that I have. My idea is you should carry something in your mind, and once you got off the class, you should have that confidence. Well, I can write whatever the question may be, because the fundamental at least is cleared. If you don't find something interesting, if you don't have a problem in understanding, you are ever free to unmute and ask me. Okay, now, so psychologia inferior may be interpreted as rational psychology. Rational mane reason, mind ଅଛି ସେଠି, rational psychology. ଦେଖ, rational psychology ରେ କଣ ହୁଏ ଯେ ଆମେ ଦେଖୁ, what we see rational psychology, what happens, there is importance being given to reason. Importance is being given to reason. Through reason we try to understand various issues, the various activities that we do, what to do, what not to do. So we are guided by the reason. Okay, now psychologia inferior gives primacy to reason, or the rational psychology. But reason has its own limits. I say you, reason has its own limits. Reason cannot go beyond a certain limit. There is a limit to reason. ଆମେ ଯାହା କିଛି ବି ଚିନ୍ତା କରୁ, ଯାହା କିଛି ବି maximum possibility ଆମେ ଚିନ୍ତା କରୁ, still then there is something that goes beyond reason, which reason cannot comprehend. କଣ ପାଇଁ? Gabriel Marcel କହିଲେ ଯେ entire human person, that very idea of human person is a mystery, is a mystery. And in that mystery, psychologia inferior by rational psychology cannot give a complete definition of who am I, or what is my purpose, why am I here. So ଏହା reason କହିପାରିବ ନାହିଁ. So that is the problem with rational psychology or the inferior psychology by psychologia inferior. But superior psychology by psychologia superior, it is something that is dealing with the spirits. It takes in the idea of the spirit. It gives primacy to the spirit. So with this dichotomy in hand, okay, okay, now let us try to look into what literature has got to say. Now Shakespeare's Hamlet talks of, there is a line taken from Shakespeare's Hamlet in the course material. You can find there are more things in heaven and earth than are dreamt in your philosophy. You see what it means. It shows the limits of reason. It shows the limits of reason. You have a reason. Through reason, you want to explain the world, to know the world, to provide an answer to who am I. but the reason is limited. It cannot be give a complete definition. It cannot have a complete understanding. Amar jo reason achi, reason re ame complete answer, but a totally satisfactory answer ame dei pariba nahi. Kebol am answer dei pariba jota ki a pragmatic answer, a workable answer, but not a final answer. But philosophy is all in search for a final answer, and it also asserts philosophy is always in search, is in a process of searching for a better and better version day by day with time. But there is a hope, but philosophy maybe cannot come up with a final answer as to what, who am I? The fundamental questions. There is no finality in philosophy. Okay, now, okay, now why reason, you see, even within this human psychology, within human system, we have a brain, a mental function. Mind thinks. Mind has its own purview, it has its own actions, it has its own operational dimensions. Mind ର ଗୋଟେ operational dimensions ତାର ଅଛି, ତାର process ଅଛି, କିନ୍ତୁ ଆଉ ଗୋଟେ ଜିନିଷ ଅଛି ଯାହାକୁ ଆମେ କହିବା ହାର୍ଟ ଅଛି। ଆମର ହାର୍ଟ ଅଛି। ଏ ହାର୍ଟ ରେ କଣ ହୁଏ? there are feelings, there are emotions, there are sentiments, the feelings of joy, sorrow, pain. Now, how to link the mind with the emotions? How to link mind with the emotions? Now, the emotional heart, the language of the emotional heart, the mental network cannot understand in precision. There again suggests a limit of reason or a failure of reason. Why I say a failure of reason? Reason has its own operational dimensions. Reason ର ତାର କ୍ଷେତ୍ର ଅଛି, ତାର ଅନେକ କଣ products ଅଛି, uses ଅଛି, utilities ଅଛି, କିନ୍ତୁ reason cannot exercise in all fields, in all areas. It has its limits. It cannot even understand, the mind even cannot understand the real version of one's own heartfelt emotions, one's own heartfelt emotions. So there we lack even to understand who am I. Because the mind cannot comprehend in the true version what are the basic emotions, the sentiments of the heart itself. So mind fails. Okay, so this is one version. So the other version I said, there is one version is this bodily linkage of mind with the heart, where mind fails to understand even the language of heart. Okay, now the other standpoint I said, when we reflect inward, the inner psychology, the superior psychology, we are spirits. As spirits, mind cannot comprehend, mind cannot know what are spirits. ଆମେ reason apply କରି spirit କଣ ଆମେ ଜାଣିପାରିବା ନାହିଁ, ତାହେଲେ reason limited ହେଇଗଲା। reason ଦ୍ୱାରା ଆମେ ଜାଣିପାରିବାନି କେବେ ମଧ୍ୟ ଯେ what is I or who am I. Okay, so that is the position. Okay, now one more thing ସେ କହୁଛନ୍ତି reason ର ବି scope ଏତେ limited। ଦେଖ reason ର ଦିଟା limits ମୁଁ ଦେଇଦେଲି, linking with heart, linking with certain things like soul that is beyond the comprehension of the human mind। ଦିଟା limits ଦେଖେଇଲି। ଆଉ ଗୋଟେ limit ମୁଁ ଦେଖଉଛି, ଆମର ଯୋଉ reason ଅଛି ବା ଆମର ଯୋଉ knowledge ଅଛି ବା reason ରୁ ଯାହା ବି knowledge ଆମେ ପାଉଛେ, whatever knowledge that we gather by the best exercise of our mind, that is a small droplet, that is only a small droplet, and it is bounded by a ocean of ignorance. Malab, the sphere of unknown is so great, is so large, we don't know what is the limit to that boundary. We never know, we can never know. Because reason has its own boundaries, and those limited boundaries has a sense, has a particular sphere of application. And bounding that sphere, there is a vast ocean of knowledge which reason cannot comprehend. So that is another deficiency. Okay, now one more difference, maybe a sort of question you may come across, how to differentiate between, I said, rational psychology by inferior psychology with the experimental psychology. You see, in psychology, they carry on experiments by taking human subjects. Okay, by taking human subjects, they carry on experiments. So they try to see, they try to look into the behavioral patterns. They may try to make a statistical interpretations of the various behavioral patterns and and they try to make a numerical বা mathematical measurement ଆମର ଅନେକ ଯୋଉ feelings ଗୁଡିକ ଅଛି ବା ଆମର ଗୋଟେ କଣ ଆମର suppose say for example love, affection, এইଗୁଡିକର ସାଧାରଣତଃ ଆମେ quantify କରିପାରିବାନି ତାକୁ ତାକୁ କେତେ ପରିମାଣର love ବା affection ଅଛି ସେଟା ଆମେ ପରିମାଣଗତ ଦିଗ ଦେଇପାରିବାନି, we cannot quantitatively state them, but somehow the psychologists try to see the behavioral pattern, and from that pattern, based on the experiences, okay, they try to conduct experiments. And this is where experimental psychology is different from rational psychology. Experimental psychology रे कौन हुए ଆମର जो experiences ରୁ ଆମର କେତେଟା observations କରାଯାଏ human subjects ଉପରେ, କେତୋଟି qualities କୁ ନେଇ ଆଉ ତାର ଗୋଟେ quantified version present କରିବାକୁ ସେ experiments ଦ୍ୱାରା ଦେବାକୁ ଚାହାନ୍ତି କି experimental psychology, but that doesn't happen in rational psychology. Rational psychology is purely a intellectual area of operation where you exercise your mind to get the best version, to know who am I. But I have already stated you the deficiency with the mind, the exercise of mind to clearly understand who am I. So there lies the problem. So lies with the problem with the mind also. Okay. Now, so if etiki jaha padiche, whatever we have studied till now, anybody, any problem, please let me know. Kon pai edi jo asila, just if I turn the page, when I look into the study material, it comes human being is a mystery in the Marshallian sense. In the Marshallian sense, what is its implication? Human being is a mystery. कौन पे mystery? रहस्य जनक कौन पे? कारण human being को in the true sense define करी हुए नहीं. Okay, you cannot define what is being human. हमें definitions, ଗୋଟେ outer definition दौचे, rational psychology को नहीं, तार limitations हमें पाई गले. When we go deep into ourselves to say something, a sort of a thing called spirit, which mind cannot know, which mind cannot understand, but still we go on with the faith that there is something superior that is guiding us in the form of a spirit. So we are guided with the vast ocean of ignorance, okay, vast ocean of being unknown about our own individual self as to who am I. So that's how it becomes a mystery. And mystery, again, a mystery. Why mystery? It's a mystery because we talk of a spirit, and then we talk of a body, a human body, and we talk of a spirit within the body, and the spirit is unknown, unknowable, but still have a faith, exercises some sort of faith of a spirit, a prana, a vital breath controlling us. If at all we don't understand, we don't give a expression to what is called a spirit, at least we can give a physical basis to the human body, the prana. So the prana, okay, the vital breath that connects the body with our inner. So and how it works and what is the basis to the inner self. So there is lot of mystery. Why a mystery? बहुत किसी रहस्य रही सेठी, बहुत किसी अजଣା ଜିନିଷ ଅଛି जोटा कि माइंड जानी पारे ना, आमे जानी पारू ना, जहाँ को हमें सर्च करूचे, जहाँ विषय रे सर्च करूचे, we are part of that search. I'm rather we can say roughly I am searching myself but finding nothing. I'm trying to search whom I am searching, I'm searching myself, and in the search I'm getting to a better version day by day, but not able to clearly define who am I. So that is the position that we have reached it. We have hit it at inferior psychology, superior psychology, and inferior psychology seen as the rational psychology, where we are not able to comprehend to, or we are not able to know who am I. So ଏତିକି ଆମେ ଦେଖିଲେ ତାହେଲେ next situation, ହଁ ପ୍ରଶ୍ନଟା ସେଟା human being is a mystery ସେଟା ତ କହିଲି. What are some earlier names for philosophy in human person? Human person ro କଣ names ଅଛି ମୁଁ just list out करली. Philosophical anthropology, psychology inferior, psychology superior, by rational psychology or psychology, psychology inferior. So these are the names, but they all mean the same thing, the philosophy of human person. Okay, now ଏବେ ଆମର ଇଣ୍ଡିଆନ ସିଚୁଏସନ ରେ ବା ଇଣ୍ଡିଆନ କଣ୍ଟେକ୍ସ ରେ ଏଇ ଯୋଉ ଆଇଡିଆ ଅଫ ହ୍ୟୁମାନ ପର୍ସନ କୁ କେମିତି ନେବା, ହାଉ ଦ ଇଣ୍ଡିଆନ ଫିଲୋସଫି ବା ଇଣ୍ଡିଆନ କଣ୍ଟେକ୍ସ ରେ ଏଇ ଯୋଉ ହ୍ୟୁମାନ ପର୍ସନ କୁ କେମିତି ଦେଖାଯାଉଛି। So when we talk of the Indian literature, please, when we talk of the Indian literature, we come across four things. We come across four things or five things. Four things, say the Vedas, mainly the Vedas, the earliest literature. Okay, Vedas are the earliest literature. And within the Vedas, we can come across four different things, namely the Samhitas, the Brahmanas, the Aranyakas, okay, Aranyaks, and Upanishads. ଆମର ଯୋଉ ଇଣ୍ଡିଆନ କଣ୍ଟେକ୍ସ ରେ ଏଇ ଯୋଉ ହ୍ୟୁମାନ ପର୍ସନ କୁ କିପରି ନିଆଯାଇଛି, ହାଉ ଡୁ वी टेक द ह्यूमन पर्सन, what is the Indian version to this? So a reference is made to the Vedas. Okay, Vedas are said to be apaurushaya. Vedas are said to be apaurushaya. Apaurushaya mane it is not written by any human hand. Apaurushaya mane Vedas are not written by any human hand. They have a divine origination. It is said they have a divine origination. It is only at a later point of time that the Vedas got recorded. Recorded means bohi rupare pore asila. They got recorded. But Vedas, they were apaurushaya. They are not written. They are not stated by human hand. Okay, it has a divine origin. And Vedare kon subdivision achi kahili. We have Samhitas, we have Brahmanas, we have Aranyaks, and we have Upanishads. Samhitas kon? Samhitas kale mantras. Samhitas means the mantras. Okay, Brahmanas means whatever the mantras you got. Brahmanas are the commentaries. They are the explanations to the mantras and all that. And Aranyaks, they are said of sort of Aranyaks means they are the forest books. The people in the meditative state, they have expressed certain fundamental ideas, the basic ideas, okay, concerning the world, the soul, God. Okay, so we have certain things of that sort in the Aryanyakas. Okay, now they also deal with the sacrifices, ceremonies. Okay, now when we come to Upanishads, Upanishads, Upanishads are also collectively called as Vedanta. You might have come across with Upanishads are also called as Vedanta. And Upanishads are philosophical. And the interesting part for us is the Upanishads. They are philosophical. They are speculative. There is a speculative element. There is mystery, lot of mystery involved in the Upanishads. Okay, so this is how we take the Indian tradition. And in the Indian tradition, we find the personification of the natural forces. ଆମର ଯୋଉ ନେଚର ଅଛି, ନେଚରରେ ଫର ଏକ୍ସାମ୍ପଲ ୱିଣ୍ଡ ଅଛି, ୱିଣ୍ଡ ୱିଣ୍ଡ କୁ ଆମେ ଗୋଟେ ଗଡ ର ରୂପ ଦେଇଦେଲେ, ମାରୁତ ବୋଲି କହିଦେଲେ, ବା water, we saw water around in nature, we gave a personification of God, we said Varuna. Or say there is a rain, we say Indra, or we say rain god Indra. So we have personified nature, okay, in our own understanding. Okay, now there in the earlier times, Agni was taken to be very sacred, and we have personified that also as God. And why this Agni was useful? Because in the ancient times, yajnas, okay, sacrifices were done, and ghee and every different sort of things were poured into the sacred fire, so that they are received by the personification, the various gods at the in the heavenly abode. So this was the fundamental idea. And there also during the time that in the Upanishads, in the Vedas, we can come across the idea of what is a human person, the relation of the human person with the world, with God, and all that. Okay, now apart from the Vedas, all the literature that I have said, in the Indian context, because we have already studied Indian philosophy at the undergraduate level, we have come across six orthodox schools of Indian philosophy. We have come across six darsanas or schools of Indian philosophy, starting from the materialist school. Materialistic school. Okay, materialistic school means the Charvaka school, which believed only in perception. Okay, in order to make something knowledgeable, they just relied only on perception. Okay, to make knowledge possible. Now, from Charvakas through Nyaya Vaisesika, Sankhya Yoga, okay, Mimamsha, and Vedanta. You see, we have made a transition from one philosophy to the other philosophy, and there is a gradual advancement of standards. ಗುಟ್ಟೇರು ಆಗುಟ್ಟೆ ಫಿಲಾಸಫಿಗೂ ಗೊಲ್ಲ ಬೆಳೆ ಗುಟ್ಟೆ ಧೀರೆ ಧೀರೆ standard ro advancement. Somebody has Mr. ORC, okay, raised his hand. Yes, some problem. Yes, yes, please.
Sir, I have done graduation in English. So
Okay,
actually, I have started my post graduation in philosophy. So
okay,
my
very well.
question is, am I going to miss some knowledge of philosophy
Nothing,
starting
nothing,
from a master
nothing,
degree
nothing,
in philosophy?
nothing, nothing. Let me speak of myself. I was a graduate in science. I had physics honors. Later I entered philosophy. Okay, and I did
Oh,
wonders in philosophy. Okay. I
okay.
don't know people say that or not, but I feel it's my personal feeling that I did very well in philosophy. Okay. So being a student of English people from the field of English, they're more like philosophers. You see, I
Yes, sir.
made even a reference to Shakespeare, understanding, pointing out the limits of reason, how reason cannot comprehend or answer to the question, who am I? There are limitations to reason. Even from Shakespeare, we get inspiration. So what I was saying,
Uh,
the Indian situation. Oh,
Thank you, sir.
huh, huh. One thing, some problem with my mobile. Okay, now all right. Okay, now. So what I was saying, the Indian situation. So in Indian situation, we come across six schools of philosophy or schools of thought. The materialistic school, matlab, the Charvaka or the materialistic school. Excuse me. They believe in what they see. They don't believe what they don't see. So with them, an answer to who am I is very difficult task. And there are other systems, say Nyaya Vaisheshika philosophy, who believed in a number of realities. Okay, number of realities. Then came we have come across Sankhya Yoga, who believed in two realities. One is Prakriti, other is Purusha. This Purusha in Sankhya philosophy, again I say, I connect here. Even in the literature that your in the study material, it has a reference. In Sankhya philosophy, we come across what is called as Purusha. Purusha is the self. Purusha is the self, is the conscious self who is never bound. Okay, so there how somehow we come up close to the idea of who am I, but still we are moving towards an answer, and maybe we'll not as long as we are in philosophy. So then comes Mimamsa, then comes Vedanta. When we come to Vedanta, they resolve everything to one reality. There is only one reality, that is accepted reality, that is Brahman. They believe in only one reality, that is Brahman. And they say this world is a product of Maya. Well, okay, it has an empirical reference, but it has a Vyavharik Satta. Satta means empirically it is real. Okay, as far as experience goes, it is real. But in the ultimate analysis, everything is a product of Maya. It has no sense. Suppose I accumulate a lot of money, suppose say, does it make sense the moment I lose this vital breath? Does this bottle in front of me make any sense? So I go back to where from, I again go back to the point from where from I have come. So somebody again, please. Yes, Mr. Yes, raise his hand. Yes, please.
Yes, sir. Like you said, the world is Maya.
Hmm.
Uh, Sir, I think if the world is Maya, so the ultimate truth is what is the ultimate truth
Yes,
actually?
we are not able to search. That is what the problem is. So that's why we are not able to find who am I. You see, we fight for number of things. Okay.
Hmm.
At the end of the day, does it make any sense? We have come to this world and we are sure that someday we have to go.
Yes, sir.
Someday we have to go. But where are we going? Where from we have come? Where are we going? Do we know this? So this is where we fail.
Sir,
This
that
is where,
makes me question one thing,
hmm,
and we should I mean actually think about and give importance to that. We really have a limited period of time on this earth.
that's why there is a talk of reincarnation, rebirth. Okay, in Indian philosophy and in the Western science too, they do believe in reincarnation, rebirth. Okay, there are theories attached. One life is not sufficient. There are theories who say that one life is sufficient. This is the best life that we have got in the human form. Make the best use of this life. Leave the light the way you want. Blast it. Okay. But other
Sir,
theories say no. You should be careful because you have other births too. Okay. Huh. Yes. Please.
yes, sir,
Yes.
the world is Maya is this a theory or just ultimate truth?
Yes. That's a good question. And let me come to that. When we come across Vedanta, we have a reference to two standpoints. One is the empirical standpoint, one is other is the transcendental standpoint. Two different standpoints. You see,
Okay.
as far as I'm in this world, as far as I am connected to you, as far as I am connected to the external world, things are fine. I'm in the empirical world, I'm enjoying life. But I have still a realization at the back of the mind. I have come to this world to carry on all these activities to go back again to where I have come. So, what meaning that it carries at the ultimate analysis? So, this world is real as far as our experiences go, our empirical knowledge goes, as far as our vyavharik normal activities go. The world is real, undoubtedly real. But in the ultimate analysis, in the transcendental level, in the absolute level, this world is nothing but a play. It's like a drama. It's like a drama. We have come like in a play, the actors go in, perform their part, depart. We have come again to this world. Now the question may come, what are we doing? It is a place of soul making. The activities that we carry on, okay, it is
Okay.
a place of soul making. We are getting our getting to be in our own better versions, to have a realization through the world, finding the limitation of the world, finally dragging ourselves inside to realize what we are, to find, to focus what we are. We are at the external level, and a deep insight inward. It will take a lot of time. As you said, the time that we have got in this world is limited. Surely so. Even a single moment can liberate you. Okay, a single moment can make you move inward to have a realization of what you are, or it may take hundreds of births. You will never realize as to what you are, or what the world is, or what is the purpose that you have got in this world. Yes, somebody other has also raised his hand. Yes, let us have his query. Okay.
Uh, yes, sir.
Yes.
Hello. Yeah, my question is that if the Upanishads and the Vedantic teaching says that this transactional reality, this is not the absolute reality, and
Yes.
and the absolute reality is undivided state,
Yes.
undivided consciousness,
Yes.
then do they also give any explanation why this illusory reality appears in the first place? Because how can truth, because this, on one hand they are saying the truth never breaks,
Okay.
that is why we
Yes.
call it absolute. On the
Yes.
other hand, we are talking about this experience of uh, Maya
The
world,
objective
that,
world. Our
yeah,
experience is in the objective world. Huh?
objective world,
Hmm.
which is only for teaching purposes we are using rationality, but actually the rationality, there is no you and me in the absolute reality. So
Yes.
if the absolute reality is undivided consciousness, if we were already at home,
Hmm.
then why would we go away from that home? How would
Yes.
this illusion get created in the first place in the absolute truth?
Okay. Yes. The problem is the craving of the spirit
No,
for
but for
enjoyment. The
but
craving, the
craving,
craving, cravings, craving, craving,
yes,
the
yes,
embodiment itself, the
but
embodiment
craving in
itself.
but craving implies there is a separation. If there is no separation in the home, in the first place itself, the truth, in the absolute truth, craving cannot arise because it is
Okay.
complete.
Okay.
Then why would this incompleteness arise in the first place?
Okay. Now that you see, we don't know. Well, we presuppose there is a source. We do presuppose, as you said, it is our home where we are already comfortable. Now we have come to a world where you say it is a product of Maya. We are now in a dilemma. Why at all we have come down to this world? Maybe it's a play of the Supreme to realize. Maybe he has his own objective. That's why it said the entire scheme is a mystery. Okay, entire scheme itself is a mystery. Okay, we do act in this world, we do interact, we do have certain issues, we do have say a communication, we do understand, we do interact with the objective world now. But having said this, but still we say we have only reflected the exterior, because there is an inner to ourself, and because of the embodiment we are not able to reflect on the interior, our inner. Now the question is, when we are already the inner, why we are not able to reflect on the inner? So that is the basic question that we have come up. Now here it is a place for a test. It is a test to refine how far you are able to focus, to get yourself into yourself, to realize as to what you are. So philosophically I was saying that it is a question. As far as the body goes, this question remains unanswerable. Okay, coming back to you again, somebody other has raised his hand. Yes, please. Please. Yes.
Sir,
Yes.
what is Maya, sir?
Huh. Maya is illusion. They in the Sankarite philosophy, in the Vedanta philosophy, okay, it says that the objective world in which we are living, the world in which we are living, in the ultimate analysis, it is Maya. Now you see, you have
Sir,
your house.
sir,
Hmm.
is it avidya or the falsity?
Yes, you see, Maya, Avidya, they all really mean nearly the same things. You see, it is because of our ignorance we accept the world as true. Because of our ignorance. What is that ignorance? We take this objective reality as the reality. Well, at the empirical level, we need to have, even Sankara also believes in the Sankarite philosophy, there is a belief that this objective world, this external world is real at the empirical level, at the Vyavharik level. You are connected to me empirically, it is real. But in the ultimate analysis, this makes no sense. They say, what what makes sense then? What makes sense then? The point that the other candidate, the other student was raising. We are comfortable at home. We have come back here. We are in Maya. Okay. Now, the realization that the moment you realize that I am in Maya, you are free from Maya. Let me give an example. Okay, to this. Okay, beautiful example is this. Suppose you have a very close friend and you trust him a lot. You trust him a lot. Okay. And because you are
Okay.
so innocently committed to him, okay, he plays certain fall games, not knowing. Suppose, and you also don't know. Okay, you also don't know that he's playing fall at your back, but still you are guided because you feel he's your true friend. You are guided by him. Your actions are carried on by his advices. You are in the track. Now someday you realize your friend is playing with you. Okay, now what happens? The situation changes, but the friend doesn't know that you have come across this idea that your friend is playing with you. The moment you realize that your friend is playing with you are free from Maya. Earlier, what was the situation? You were in Maya. You were taking the advice of your friend blindly, as if, okay, go, as if it was real. But he was stabbing at your back. But a day came when there was a realization, but your friend did not know. So the moment you knew that your
Okay, sir.
friend is stabbing at your back, you are free from Maya. So you are guided by Maya earlier, but once there is a realization, you are free from Maya. So this entire process, this entire life, this entire task is a process of realizing ourselves as true spirits. That is the point that I want to make here. Yes, this entire exercise is to realize that we are spirits from the Indian context. We are spirits. Okay. And what lies in it? It is nothing but pure consciousness. It is the Atman, and it is nothing different from the Paramatman, the Brahman. So we are like a drop of water, and the Brahman is like an ocean. Now, we being a drop, once you have a true realization of what you are, okay, it happens with only few. Your true realization of what you are, you become one with that ocean, and never to come out of the ocean to say what you are. So that's there again the problem lies. Once the drop mixes with the ocean, the drop cannot come back to say where is the drop and what is the status of the drop. So that also happens with the elevated, the liberated lot, a different liberated few who have a realization of one's own nature. Yes, somebody has raised a hand. Yes, please. Please.
Sir, just one question, that
Yes,
if I'm interested in writing a research paper or article on such topics, then can
yes,
I in any way correspond with you and other faculty members?
definitely,
Uh,
definitely, definitely,
so
definitely.
so can I get the contact details for
Yes,
this?
yes. One more thing, let me announce. I should have announced in the beginning itself. Please note down my number: 99371 99371 88631. 99371 88631. So this is my contact number. You can contact me anytime you wish after 9 p.m.
Okay,
Okay. Okay.
okay.
So
And
this is
and
how
just
this is huh,
yeah,
yes.
yeah,
Your question.
and this recording of this video can we avail from some place?
That I
This
don't know. You can
okay,
contact the officials of IGNO, and maybe they may provide. I don't know whether this is maybe this is recorded. Well, they can give you. Okay,
okay.
you
Thank you.
contact them. Okay.
Okay.
Anyway, so beautiful questions, and I tried my best to say how we are in the Maya, the veil of Maya, connected to the external world, feel the objective world is real, but in the ultimate analysis, we fail to find reality in the objective world. I was just sorting out, saying you how the mind is limited to grasp, to understand. Yes, our own being, our own nature. I pointed out the limitations of the mind. Okay, so this is how we go on with this the Indian context, and finally we land up in what is called as Purusha in Sankhya, and we've come across the ultimate reality as Brahman in the Vedantic ideal, and there we see Atman, we see our own inner self, the realization of the inner self. Okay, if there is a true realization, if at all that is possible, that mixes us with that super soul. And the problem is, again, the question remains unsolved. Who am I? Because once this drop, okay, in the ultimate analysis, so I don't say analysis because analysis doesn't work. In the ultimate realization of one's own true self, in absolute knowledge, the self becomes one with the super self, like a drop mixing with the ocean to become the ocean. The drop cannot come back to say what the ocean is about, the status of the ocean. So again, philosophically, the dialogue, the question still remains: who am I? So this is how we have advanced. Now there is another approach. What there is an approach. Finally, let me.
Somebody's mic is on, so it is creating. Yeah,
Oh,
now
okay.
it's good.
Somebody, Ambarish, please put off. Yes, done. Now, so we have come across three sections of our unit one. Now let us move to the fourth section, wherein it is where we have tried to we try to see the idea of human person from two different approaches. One is the phenomenological approach, and another is the hermeneutic approach. Two approaches to the question as to who am I? Why am I here? What is the purpose here? So, for these questions, people in the West they have come up with the two ideologies or two philosophies, namely phenomenology and hermeneutics. What is this phenomenology? Phenomenology, as I said you, in the Vedantic context, reality is one, reality is Brahman, reality is pure consciousness. Okay. But when we talk of consciousness, it is pure consciousness. It is not consciousness of anything. In the Vedantic sense, when you talk of ultimate reality as pure consciousness, it is consciousness as it is. It is not consciousness of something. Okay, that is the position that we have in the Indian context. Consciousness or pure consciousness, it is consciousness as it is. It is not consciousness of something else or something. But when you come to the phenomenology, the philosophy of phenomenology that we have in the West, they have tried to come across what is called as the consciousness of something. Consciousness of something. Please, miss somebody, please. If you have a question, you can ask me. Okay. Yes. Or you please mute yourself, please. If you have some question, I am happy to answer because I am also learning, interacting with you. Yes, somebody, please. Or you please put off your microphone. Anyway, okay. Now, what is this phenomenological approach? We are dealing with the human person. We are trying to see who am I. In the phenomenological approach, in order to get at who am I, they have adopted a technique, what is called as reduction. What is called as reduction. Please, somebody, I don't know, Mr. Something. Oh, I'm not able to see his name. Anybody can please tell him. Please,
Mr. ORC, Mr.
uh,
Orc, his mic is repeatedly getting on.
please put off the mic, please. It is a request, a sincere request. Please put off. If you have a question, you are welcome. Otherwise, please put off because the entire process is getting disturbed. Yes, thank you so much, ORC. Okay. Anyway, so the phenomenological approach tries to hit at this consciousness, but phenomenologists, they are able to hit at consciousness not from inside, somehow from outside, involving the mind. What I mean by this, to the question as to who am I, they have taken a technique called as eidetic reduction, or it is called as bracketing. What is this bracketing? So bracketing is a technique of denying, of denying, process of denying everything to reach at the pure form of the pure form of the object in the consciousness. If at all you are trying to find out who am I in the phenomenological method, you will be trying to find out who you are or who a human being is or human person is as a form in the consciousness. Let me repeat this again. You see, when we talk of ultimate reality in Advaita Vedanta, we say ultimate reality is pure consciousness. It is pure consciousness. It is not consciousness of anything, XYZ. But when we come to phenomenology, they are talking of, when they talk of consciousness, they talk of consciousness of something. Something. Now, what is our question in hand? Our question is, who am I, or who is a human person? To this question, if we take a phenomenological approach, there they have carried on what is called as the process of reduction, or it's a process of bracketing. Bracketing means, in order to find out who is a human person, they are taking out what are not required. Suppose you are able to build something with X, okay, and you have got YZ also. You try to eliminate Y and Z because you have come up to know that X is sufficient to explain something. Y and Z are redundant. That's why they take them out. So in the same methodology, the bracketing is the technique of getting rid of the unwanted things, getting rid of unwanted things. And what the phenomenologists wanted to get it, reach it, they wanted to reach at the pure form of the human psyche or the human personality in the consciousness. They wanted to reach at the pure form of what is being called a human in the consciousness. But In the ultimate analysis, they could not get it to reach a conclusive answer to say, who am I? Now, if you turn, well, this question from a phenomenological approach will be addressed to in the later chapter, in the later unit in details, but this is the basic introduction to phenomenology as a method to know who am I. Now, the phenomenologists, adopting the technique of bracketing, wanted to arrive at the pure form of the human person in the consciousness, okay, by adopting the bracketing technique. But even at arriving at the pure form of what the human consciousness is, they could not address to the question, who am I? Now we'll deal this in detail in the later unit. Now, if we take the hermeneutic approach, what is this hermeneutic approach? It is an approach wherein we try to address this question, who am I, by making interpretations. By making interpretations, by seeing what standards that we have got in order to deal with the question, who am I? There are certain standards available. Basing on the standards, we try to see, who am I? Okay, we make interpretations based on the standards. We revisit the standards, make modifications to the standards. There are various presuppositions in answering to the question, who am I? We revise the presuppositions time and again. Okay, and also to have a better version of an understanding of who am I. And in the hermeneutic approach also, we keep on exercising changes, we keep on revisiting the presuppositions, we keep on revising the standards. Okay, with time, this is the sort of advancement that we go on to deal with the question, who am I? But in the ultimate analysis, we do not come up with or end up with a conclusive or a decisive answer to as to who am I or who a human person is. So, and in philosophy, as I say, the richness of philosophy lies here. When you come across a conclusive answer, people say you are not doing philosophy, you are doing something else. So the richness of philosophy lies in searching for something, okay, with bigger and bigger vigor, or with greater and greater strength, modifying our presuppositions, going on with new standards, or modifying the available standards. So we come across new interpretations, new standards, new presuppositions. But whatever the passage of time that we go on with, we never come up with a conclusive answer to say, this is what we mean by a human person, or this is the definition of who am I, or what is the purpose of being here. So there also the problem lies. Still the question remains unsolved, and that is the beauty in philosophy, whatever the system may be, that we never come across a final answer to the question. In the beginning itself, I said you, the common people, the people with low intellect, they come up with answer and they assume this answer is the final answer. Normal people ଭାବନ୍ତି ଯେ ଯୋଉ answer ଆମେ ଏଇ ପ୍ରଶ୍ନକୁ ନେଇ ଆମେ କରୁଛେ ସେ answer ଟା final binding, ଏଇଟା ତ ବହୁତ ଖୁବ ସୁନ୍ଦର answer, କିନ୍ତୁ philosophy doesn't accept it. So phenomenological standpoint true, we failed. From the hermeneutic point also, we are not able to, still not able to see or define who a human person is. So this is the approach that we have taken in 1.4, phenomenological approach, hermeneutic approach, but still we are in search for who a human person is. Now, in the fifth section, they define philosophy as anthropology. They see philosophy as anthropology, and here the thing comes with the statement by Paul Rickard. Paul Rickard, who says every understanding is self-understanding. Whatever understanding that we carry, it is the understanding regarding our own self, to realize, to know who am I. So whatever understanding that you carry or I carry, that is the understanding regarding my own self. Okay, that's why it says every understanding is a self-understanding. And Paul Ricard says that in this self understanding, there should be always a room for improvement of standards. If you say that my understanding is the final understanding, you are putting a break, you are putting a stop, okay, to the advancement of thought. So Paul Ricard says, keep yourself open minded. Okay, allow changes, allow modifications, and even allow the rejection of the standard that you carry, the understanding that you carry. With time, your understanding has to be rejected, maybe at times. Say, for example, the geocentric hypothesis concerning the universe. The geocentric hypothesis, it was so beautifully placed in science that the scientists were explaining the entire universe by placing at Earth at the center and all the planets and sun moving around the planet Earth. That was the geocentric hypothesis that was so beautifully placed. But there was a rejection because there came a powerful hypothesis from Copernicus, who came up with the heliocentric hypothesis, where the model, apart from being simple, was able to scientifically explain number of things concerning the universe, which the geocentric hypothesis could not explain. So you see, the long history of geocentric hypothesis, it has ruled the scientific world for a time, a lot of time, but overnight, a Copernican hypothesis came and it broke the geocentric hypothesis. Why Copernican hypothesis could stand? Because the model was so simple, because the model placed the sun at the center and the planets moving around. And with the simplest model, and the model could explain the universe in a better way. And even the Copernican hypothesis is not final, I say you. Even the Copernican hypothesis is not the final hypothesis. Even the science will never say this is the final hypothesis. So also the social scientists should never admit whatever ideas that we carry today, they are the final ideas. Nobody should admit. Okay, not the scientists, not the philosophers, none should admit. So every understanding is a self-understanding, means whatever understanding that you carry, whatever thought process that you have, it is own understanding of yourself. It has certain presuppositions, it has certain standards, and having said this, there should always be a scope for advancement of standards, for improvising the standards, for accommodating the understanding of the other. What is the other? The other means one and all around. If something is coming from the other, try to accommodate within your own understanding. So Paul Ricoeur also says, understanding of the other improves your own understanding. When you try to understand the other, that improves your own understanding of the self, because there may be certain elements which you have never faced, certain elements in your life, certain things which you have never come across. Through the experiences, through the understanding of the other, if you accommodate that understanding to your own understanding, your understanding riches, and that becomes your own self understanding. So Paul Ricard says every understanding is self understanding. This understanding is not just your own understanding, it is also the understanding that others carry, the understanding that you get from others. And he says, openly says, that you should be accommodative to the understanding of others. And that improvises, that improves, okay, your own understanding of your own self. Okay, now, okay, so
Sir,
this is,
sir,
yes, 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 please.
sir, can I know?
No, not getting.
Can I get your?
Please tell me something you want to say. Yes, 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 please. Yes, somebody want. Yes, Mr. ORC. Yes, please.
Yeah. Sir, what is the meaning of actually knowing yourself? If it means to know your soul, I say that there is no evidence of existence of the soul. So,
Okay.
since there is no evidence of the
Yes,
existence of the soul,
yes,
we are
yes,
left with only that own
yes.
experience. So,
Okay.
I
That I
see
was
there
saying.
is no
That
method,
I'm
sir,
coming
sir.
to.
Let me
That,
finish
yes,
it.
yes. Very,
Sir,
very
I see there
beautiful.
is
Very
no
good.
method. Sir, I see there is no method to know your soul, except that,
Yes,
sir, one has to go inner state and experience and search for inside. Only then,
yes,
sir, soul can be found, according to yogis and
yes.
old
Okay,
scriptures.
okay. I'm
So,
coming to
is
you.
that
I'm
the
coming.
only method? And, sir, we are whatever we are studying, those theories, all those theories. So, I mean, all those theories are really important, or can be helpful to find our soul, or we just
Yes,
sit and experience and search inside that only
okay.
that is the way to find a soul.
Yes, yes. Very, very beautiful, beautiful. I'm coming to you. Okay. The point is, when you take knowledge to know, when you say no, we require a mind. To know, we require a mental faculty. Okay. But, and the mental faculty becomes operational in relation to your own external being and also the external world. Okay. Your mental faculties get whatever you want concerning the external world, concerning your own bodily affections. But when we talk of the soul, we cannot associate the word no. When you any talk of the soul cannot be associated with the word no. We can never know the soul, because mind is, I said you, I have already said the four standpoints where mind is limited. Mind, through your mind, through the exercise of your mental activities, you can never know the soul. Soul is something that has to be innerly realized. It's a methodology of the yogis that you are pointing. It is a methodology wherein you try to realize your inner self. Okay, you realize the inner self. You can never say I have known the soul. Okay, I have known myself. That is the problem, because knowledge cannot be associated with soul. Because when you talk of the mental apparatus, okay, you cannot associate this, the idea of knowledge, with the soul. Soul is something that has to be realized. Even there is a reference that even the yogis and munis, going through the various serious penances, meditations, they have a realization of their own inner self. I say inner self, and that realization only lasts for only few seconds, not even a minute, I say, or a minute, say. That realization is a spark, and out of that spark they burst forth and come to the worldly life. And the time in which that spark occurs is very negligible or limited. I say you, the yogis cannot undergo the process of identifying themselves with the self in the meditative state for a long time. That reflection that I am the inner self, that lasts only for a few seconds. And this is the line that I have got from your own book. C.D. Sarma, in one of his chapters, has written this line so beautifully, that the yogis and the maharishis, whom we call liberated, who have that realization of the inner self, that realization doesn't stand for long time. It only lasts for a few seconds or a minute. Okay, so there the realization occurs. Okay, so I think I have gone with your question, clarified it. I think, well, if you come across any problem, then you are again welcome. So,
So
all
there
in
is a
all,
little problem of listening, sir, server problem or etc. Most
Acha,
of the
are you
time
not,
it is cut down, sir.
now you are able to listen to me? Are you
Yes,
able
sir,
to hear me?
listening.
Okay, sometime it
Yes, sir.
happens. Sometime it happens. Maybe the
So
connectivity issue at
that's
your
why
end.
I'm asking you, sir.
Huh.
Please, I get a number
I said you now, 99371 double nine
double nine three
three
seven
seven
one
one double eight
double eight
631.
631. Thank you so much, sir.
And I say all the students are welcome. They can
Thank you, sir.
contact me after 9 p.m. Okay. To the best possible, I
Thank,
will try to clarify our doubts. And one more
thank you,
thing I
sir.
say, one
That
more
that's
thing
enough,
I
sir.
wish, yes, one thing I wish to say to all the candidates present here: try to understand the concept, try to express yourself in the best possible way. Because once you are clear with the concept, you can hit fours and sixes. There is no problem in understanding the ball. Okay, I mean the
Thank you.
question.
Thank you.
Uh,
Thank you.
So let us try to brush up the basics, right? So that we can have a right understanding of the course. Okay. Now, so Paul Ricard, he says, every understanding is self-understanding. Whether we come across some literature, whether we come up with interacting with the world, we are refining ourselves. Our understanding is improving. And that understanding, sooner or later, is helping us to understand the question, who am I? Okay. Now, so finally, Paul Ricard says the whole exercise of philosophy is focused on understanding who am I. But still, philosophy, he says, Paul Ricard, after a long exercise, comes up to a point. It doesn't end up with a conclusive answer to say, who am I? Rather, he comes up to a position and say, to a position to assert that every time we interact with the world, every time we go deep into our own self, or we try to interact with others, or we share the experiences of others, we are having an understanding and we are refining our understanding, and that is refining our self understanding. But that doesn't mean that we have understood ourselves. Still, there is a lot to understand, and the sphere of the unknown, the mystery that Gabriel Marcel was saying, human person is a mystery. That mystery is so wide, so broad. It is very difficult. Maybe I don't know what to say. People like Paul Ricard, people like Gabriel Marcel, they have come up with what is called mystery. Gabriel Marcel and Paul Ricard says that whole philosophy is an attempt to understand who am I, and we go on with the searches, we go on with advancement of our standards, our presuppositions, but still we are left with a question, who am I? Okay, so this is how we have taken things. Now in please so we come to the next section where it says certain things, um, what can be done. So what can be done? So being here, having done a lot of philosophy but not coming up with an answer, no conclusive answer, just advancing our standards. So what to do, what can be done, what can be done to find out, to reach at an answer as to the question, who am I? Okay, so just students, let me tell you, even in the book, there are questions. You go through the questions. I have already discussed those questions. Well, another question comes: what is the Indian way of understanding human person? We have discussed a lot concerning this, and also there is a question. Every understanding is self-understanding. So we have discussed this by taking Paul Ricard. Okay, so you can beautifully answer. I don't think any material is required to answer this. I think to the best possible way, I try to explain what this means. Every understanding is self-understanding. I think you can comfortably write this. Okay, now, so moving on. So what can be done? Having said all this, but still not finding a conclusive answer, what can be done? So there are certain things that are suggested. Number one is true to yours. True, but try to be true to your own selves. Try to be true as far as practicable to your own self. Number one. Number two, there are expectations from the society also. You are not disconnected. You are there in the society. So there are certain social expectations also. Number one, you are true to yourself. Okay, but there are certain expectations from the society. So what should be done? Whether you should need to be true to yourself, or whether you need to fulfill the expectations of the society. Which of them should be given the primacy? So this is another question where we land up here. So it brings in a dichotomy between what is called as dependence and independence and dependence. What is this independence? When I say let me be true to my own self, when I say let me be true to my own self, that means I am talking of my own independence, I'm talking of my own freedom, I'm talking of my own autonomy. But at the same time, I'm there in the society. How can we disconnected from the society? There are certain expectations from the society which should be given primacy. So again, to resolve this problem, we come up with a dichotomy of what is called as a dialectic between um, , independence and dependence. So, independence, independence, independence. 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 So, independence, independence, indep This again, this dichotomy, being in the society, being connected with the society, and as a moral person, you seek your own autonomy. So, what should be done? So, here, this very position lands up all of us to another question to ask: are we really free? You see, you say you are true to try to be true to yourself, but this dichotomy, being free to being free, okay, being true to our own self, and also there is a dependence on the society, on the family, etc., etc., the social network of relations that we maintain. So we land up in a dichotomy, and this dichotomy puts a question: are we really free? Okay, so here, one thing that comes: how to resolve this dichotomy? To resolve this dichotomy, we need to be careful to the value system, a balance between being true to yourself and also having a certain say to the expectations of the society. There need to be certain balance, and how the balance is possible: through the values that are present in the society, the cardinal values, the fundamental values. Okay, are we adhering to those values? Okay, and that brings in ethics, the human ethics: what is right, what is wrong, what we should do, what is morally right, what is morally justified, what should not be done, what is wrong. So we land up there, and there again brings in, you see, in philosophy, and many talk, those who advocate the philosophy of non-violence, okay, they come up with the idea of love. You see, as a member of the human society, we are connected individuals, we are in a web of connections, and love is that element that can put all of us together, wherein we can be true to ourselves. Okay, if love is the connecting thread between you and me, okay, if okay, now what happens? I can be true to myself, and I can be equally true to the people around the society. So that is the thread, and that thread is missing. Now they talk of, you see, people take here also in the course material, they talked of two things: a dichotomy between violence and non-violence. People take recourse to violent means to get rid of something, and people coming up with the ideal of non-violence, with the idea of love, to get connected with the own self and also with the individuals where they find no other. You see, in the thread of love, you see, when I said every understanding is self understanding, as I also marked, you might have noted that understanding the other is equally important the way you understand your own self. Because in the understanding of the other, you understand your own self. And this is love is the thread that connects you with the other. Love is the
Yes, sir.
thread that connects you with the other. Getting my point? Okay. Now,
Yes, sir.
here, what I mean to say is sympathy, not sympathy. I'm not talking of sympathy here. I'm talking of empathy. What is this empathy? Empathy means somebody is in pain and tears are rolling from your eyes. Somebody is in pain, tears are rolling from your eyes. Okay, what is happening? Somebody has faced the road accident. We are just making a mobile picture, video of the accident. We are not committed to taking him to the hospital because we have not understood, we have not felt the pain of the person there. But here, the ethics of non-violence, the ethics of love, the ethics of social responsibility, the social connectivity, being true to yourself and also the society, the balance between being true to our own self and also the society can arise by the thread of love, where there is empathy, not just sympathy, where there is empathy. Empathy means being connected with the entire, at least that society in which you live. And that may slowly make you advance to get yourself connected with the cosmos. So that is okay. That is how um, uh, and that is how the ideal of empathy will take you a bit more closer to the understanding of the question, who am I? So with this, um, um, uh, the unit one comes to a close. But somebody like, because something of a violence, non-violence has been dealt here, and somebody of the stature of Einstein has said a beautiful thing. We are in a world where lot of problems. Okay, and he said, if at all there is a third world war, if at all there is a third world war, I don't know. He says, I don't know with what weapons the third world war will be fought. With what weapons the third world war will be fought. He says, there is no idea on my part. He says, with what weapons third world war will be fought. But I could clearly say, if at all there is a fourth world war, it will be fought with bricks and stones and sticks. It will be fought with sticks and stones. So, what is the vision that Einstein carries? It is a message to the human civilization that the path of violence, if at all there is a third world war, he says, I don't know what are the weapons that will be used. Okay, and and he goes forth to say, if there is a fourth world war, it will be fought with stones and sticks. I made a reference to this because the topic ends up with the distinction between violence and non-violence. The methodology. In the methodology of non-violence, there is love, there is connectivity. You come up with the other, you come up with the understanding of the other, you come up with the merger with the other. You are not just sympathetic, you are empathetic. As I said, the example that somebody is in pain and the tears roll from you, that means you have a, you personally feel the pain of others. So that is the message, okay, that has come up towards the end of this chapter, where if love becomes the connecting thread, if love becomes the connecting thread with the other, if we are empathetic, then it will also contribute to a better understanding of the question of, as to who am I. But it will again not solve your question or give a final answer to the question as to who am I. So this is how the first unit has been shaped. Now, with all this, I finally come up with the position of with Marcel, Gabriel Marcel, that human person itself is a mystery because it cannot be understood. Okay, human person cannot be understood. There is no completeness in the understanding of what is a human person. There is no final answer. There is no conclusive answer. We can only come up with responses. Okay, these responses, they modify, they change, they get better and better to deal with the question as to who a human person is. But philosophy as an enterprise, as a discipline, as a philosophical anthropology, okay, as a philosophical human science, can never come up with a final answer. We can only provide with responses, not concrete answers. We have seen how phenomenology has failed to give an answer, a definite answer. Well, any philosophical system does, but one philosophical system in the Indian context, because we are referring to even Vedanta, where at least somebody has raised a question, an understanding or a knowledge of the self. Yes, the element of understanding, the factor of understanding or knowledge cannot be associated with the self. But in the Indian system, at least, there is a realization, a self realization, an ideal of self realization. Okay. And this very ideal of self realization cannot be brought down to the context of understanding and knowledge. That is, again, the thing that has to be noted. But the ideal of self realization is very much possible, it's very much there. People have realized their own self. And having said this, the very ideal of self realization, if at all that is possible with the mystics, with the saints, with the Maharishis, this self-realization occurs for only a very, very short time, where there is a deeper revelation of truths, the fundamental truths, to which last for a short, and again they come back to the world. Otherwise, that is not possible. And I have already said, this is the line that I have taken from C.D. Sharma, a very beautiful line. Earlier, I used to think that the mystics used to have uh, they used to go deeper into the self, and their meditation will last for longer hours, but that is not the case. The entire process of meditation, though it may last for a number of hours, but the self-realization occurs for a very, very short time, wherein various secrets, the mysteries of life, are directly revealed. There is no mediation, I say you. There is no mediation. There is a total direct perception of the deeper truths for those mystics, where at least for those mistakes, the answer may be a complete one. But as a philosopher, as a thinker, as a as a professional teaching, trying to grasp as to what the answer, response to the question, who am I, we can never arrive at any sort of conclusive answer. So we have come across various systems, various positions, but still the question as to who am I still hangs on. We'll look into the phenomenological method, the existential method in the later chapters, the later units, to search for how the question, who am I, is addressed. So thank you all, but this is all I have got to say. If you have certain queries, you still have time, 10 minutes, around 10 minutes. Any question, I request, because that also gives me strength to, and to I say, because having said this, I can't say I will give a definite answer, but I'll at least I'll try to respond to whatever queries that you have got. Because having learned all this in philosophy, there is no final answer. If I say I'm going to answer you, that would be redundant, and you will say, sir, you have personally said that can be no final answer in philosophy. Okay, so I also cannot give a final answer. I will respond to whatever you may raise. I feel like I will respond. Okay, please, if you have any query, please come up, because that also brushes up my own understanding. Because you say, Paul Ricard has said, every understanding is self-understanding. Your understanding is also my understanding. If I go on with your understanding, that is improving my own understanding. That is improving my own self-understanding. Yes, somebody has raised his hand. Please, 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 please,
Sir, once Rousseau
please.
said, man is born
Hmm.
free, but everywhere he is in chains. That means man is
Hmm.
completely bounded by the societal relationships. So, how we can say
Definitely.
man is free?
Okay.
Hello?
You see, yes, I'm coming to you. I'm coming to you. From the political standpoint, man is free, but everywhere he is in chains. Okay, man is free, man is born free. Yes, man is born free, but everywhere he is in chains. Okay, it shows how your autonomy, when you talk of autonomy, it is not a perfect autonomy, because you are not an individual, the sole individual in the society. You have certain patterns, you have certain norms, you have certain rules, you have certain regulations you need to carry. When you say I am autonomous, I am free, and you say I will walk in the center of the road, and I say this is my freedom, and you say this is my definition of freedom, so there the problem lies. And you feel you are in chain, or you are chained, because your autonomy is curtailed. So very question, this very idea also I came across while teaching you that what can be done in the present situation. Two positions have we have come across. One is being true to ourselves. Number one, being true to ourselves, and number two, responding to the expectations of the society. So a balance between, you see, first of all, the thinkers say you need to be true to yourself. Number one, the primacy has to be given to being true to yourself, but there are certain social expectations from you. You are in a society. Your understanding gets richer from the social understanding. Okay, if you are connected with the society, there is somebody other, his understanding, if at all it is contributing to your own understanding, how can you neglect the other? You have to be with the other. You have your autonomy. You can do the best that is possible. You can be true to your own self, but at the same time, there are certain expectations from the society you need to address, and you need to be connected with the society. Okay, there is autonomy, but at the same time, you see, Whenever you give freedom, freedom always comes with a certain set of responsibility. You can never claim that I am free means free. Whenever you are attached with freedom, certain duties, certain responsibilities are tagged to you. Okay, so there are expectations from the society, so you may feel chained. Okay, but
Sir,
there is
if
again a
if the
message that
if the societal expectations are gone to contradict your own freedom, then what should we do and how we cope with that situation?
yes, very beautiful question. Okay, whatever may be the society, okay, you have your own philosophy, you have your own sense, you have your own
Yes,
ideology, but at the
yes,
same
sir.
time you have a society with people across cultures, across traditions, carrying a different ideology, having a different mindset, but there should be a balance, because you are a member within the society. You cannot directly go and hit, you cannot directly go against someone. So that is what is the true meaning of being true to yourself on one hand, and also having a responsibility to the expectations of the society. Having given the freedom, you have to exercise the certain control to your own self. Okay, suppose there is a saying, जिस गांव को नहीं जाना है उस गांव की टिकट खरीद के क्या करना है. Sometimes that also applies. When certain things come to a fold, okay, you have your autonomy, certain things come to your fold and you are not interested, you may ignore, you may ignore, or you may face it. If you have a capability to face, the idea that is given here is, if you are trying to face, you have two methodologies. One is the ideal of violence, and other is the methodology of non-violence. And the ideal of, if you go with the methodology of non-violence, it will creep in, creep in, creep in, creep in. Finally, someday you have to set terms wherein you have to resort to peace. Tell me any war which has come down, which has come down without any peace agreement. Finally, it has to resort to peace. There will be an agreement that we will no more fight after lot of destruction has already been done. Okay, so there are certain societal norms. You have your autonomy. At the same time, love as a
Sir,
driving
we
force, and the
Sir,
ideal
we
of
treat Mahatma
non-violence.
Gandhi as our father of the nation, and
Hmm,
we follow the path of non-violence. But still, we
okay.
have a standing national army for our defense, and we
Hmm,
know the army will do the things in its own way. That is, somehow it is involved in the
okay.
violent in the method of violence.
Now
Army
let me
handles
tell you. Yes,
the
yes.
situation.
I got your point. Even
Yes, sir.
when we talk of Mahatma Gandhi, he was partial in a sense to Bhagavad Gita. Bhagavad Gita says, "Ahimsa parama dharma, dharma hinsa tathaiva cha." That means, but Gandhiji cut short the second line. He just preached Ahimsa parama dharma and he popularized that slogan. The second line he totally disconnected.
Yes, sir.
Bhagavad Gita says, Ahimsa parama dharma, dharma hinsa tathaiva cha. That means, whenever there are instances of adharma, you have to raise your head, you have to raise your army to get rid of that adharma. If you don't get rid of that adharma, even Sri Krishna and Bhagavad Gita says this only. Ahimsa parama dharma, dharma hinsa tathaiva cha. If you are tolerating adharma, you are making the society grow worse and worse, adharmic to a greater extent. So it's a teaching from Bhagavad Gita, and Gandhiji only popularized half of it, and half of it is not given to us. That's why sometimes we confuse Gandhiji in that sense. I think you are clear.
Thank you, sir.
Ahimsa
Thank
parama
you. Thank
dharma,
you for
dharma hinsa tathaiva cha. Okay. If there is injustice, you have to raise your arm. You have to raise violence. You have to raise your weapons to get rid of that adharma. Other, if you don't, if you are silent, then adharma will creep on, multiply, multiply, and the society will be in chaos. Okay, got my point. Okay, thank you. Yes, somebody else. Yes, please, please.
Sir, my question is that Like there are psychological models available in the Western thinking, such as those of Freud and Jung. In the Indian tradition, do we have something equivalent which explains human behavior based on our philosophical background? And like, can we say that like the Chatushpad doctrine of the states of consciousness, or is there anything else anybody has prescribed to explain the psychological functioning of human in the Eastern tradition?
Yes, very beautiful question. Well, in the West, lot of research has been made on the status of mind, but in the Eastern context, especially in the Indian context, lot of research was done on the spiritual spark, the soul. Okay, now coming to the mind, you have answered your own question very beautifully when you have encountered with the seats, the five seats of the self. Okay, Annamaya Kosha, Pranamaya Kosha, Vijnana, then what is that? Vijnanamaya Kosha. Then there is one more kosha that is remaining. We have five koshas. Finally, we are landing up in Ananda Kosha. I'm sorry, Annamaya Kosha, Pranamaya Kosha. Then what is that? What is the third seat? Annamaya, Pranamaya. Then another third seat.
Manomaya kosha,
Manomaya
Vijnanamaya
Kosha.
manomaya.
Yes, Manomaya Kosha. That is the question that you are answering, asking, and I'm missing that one. Manomaya Kosha. There is a reference to the mind. That is it. So in the five seats, in the Manomaya Kosha, the analysis has been made even in the Indian tradition, but lot of focus has been made on the self, but not on the mind. As you rightly said, that the researchers in the West have excelled in the analysis on the Manomaya Kosha, but not in the East. Okay, we have taken these seats linking with the soul, and we have we have focused more on the Anandamaya Kosha, the final self. Even the Manomaya Kosha has been accounted, maybe greatly accounted, in the ancient traditional texts, which we have not researched a lot the way the Westerners have done. Thank you so much for the beautiful question. Yes. So
Thank you, sir.
I think it is six. I should be honest to you also. Okay. Well, you have taken my phone number. If you come across any issue, any question, any query, I feel I can be of some help to you, maybe. Okay. So you feel free. Okay. Thank you so much. So tomorrow, let us meet again at 4 p.m. For the unit 2. Thank you so much. Good
Thank
night.
you.
Good evening. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you all and thank you all for attending the class. Okay. So thanks a lot. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks all.